ዛሬ ዝናብ ለዘምረው ስለ
is, of course, my Brian Chung. Brian, good morning. I was glad when you're bringing happy tidings. Why is this a good time? Spring is generally considered the nice time to sell your house. Why in particular?
It is, but it might be news that specifically this week is really great. And I know a number of people are probably wondering why. Well, first off, Realtor.com says that there's more demand, so there's going to be a lot of interest for homes that are listed. So 18% more listing views during this time, and it's getting across the finish line faster as well. Homes are selling on average, again, according to Realtor.com, 9 days quicker, and also selling at a higher price. The median home selling this week for $4,800 more than in the other average comparable week during the year. Again, that's because of not just necessarily higher demand from people that are trying to buy homes, but also because of lower competition as well. The inventory tends to be a little bit thinner, which means that you might have a better chance at selling your homes.
How is the housing market looking overall, especially given all the volatility right now?
Yeah, so this is the other side of the coin, right? Because people who may have had their homes listed are saying, well, I haven't seen any more interest right now. And that's because the market is a little bit icy because of those high mortgage rates, right? Buyers are balking at some of those higher costs just to borrow. But there's also the economic turmoil that's causing this uncertainty, right? A lot of people are wondering, I don't know what the rest of the year is going to look like. There's concerns about a recession, so maybe they're not moving as much on that front. But I want to point out here that active listings are up 28% compared to this time last year. So the supply is a little bit better in 2025 than it was in 2024. The caveat to that is that compared to, let's say, for example, pre-pandemic levels, the inventory is still very, very tight. Why? Because people got those 3-4% mortgage rates in 2020. And I can tell you, they are not moving out.
Well, let's talk about mortgage rates, because that's really, that's the story of the housing market. What happens with the mortgage rates generally?
Yeah, well, and they're higher than they were in 2020. So the average mortgage rate as of right now is 6.62%. Again, a lot higher than that 3% rate that some people were locked into about 5 years ago. The forecast, by the way, from the National Association of Realtors is 6.4% average for 2025. So basically, they're not expecting that to change. And I'm just going to say what everyone's thinking. Wait, if this recession happens or if there's a downturn, maybe we could see mortgage rates go down. The National Association of Realtors chief economist is telling us not necessarily the case. They wouldn't expect the Federal Reserve to cut by that much, so maybe 6%, even if there is a downturn. So don't expect to see 3% anytime soon, despite some of those inflation or recession fears.
6% still feels high for a lot of people, especially if they bought at something like 4 or more than that. Okay, what about buyers? Any advice on that side?
Yeah, so again, for buyers, right, that means that maybe now is not the best week to buy because you might be having to pay a little bit more. The best time to buy, according to Realtor.com, is actually late September and early October. It cools down with the weather. Summer tends to be the activity, so maybe once you get closer to the fall, there's more opportunities. Also monitor the mortgage rates, like I mentioned. I mean, yes, they might not go back down to 3%, but even if it goes from, let's say, for example, 6.6 to 6.1, that's still a huge difference on those monthly payments. But lastly, in this environment, especially with these concerns about what the economic environment is going to look like, focus on improving your credit score so you put yourself in the best position to buy a home, paying down your debt, and also saving for that down payment. The bigger chunk you can pay in one go, the less you have to worry about those mortgage payments.
Okay, Brian, thank you very much. Appreciate the tips. Let's check in with Mr. Roker and see how the weather is looking.
No, not too bad. We are looking at some showers and some snow around the Great Lakes. Clouds down to the southwest, going to be awfully warm there. In fact, you can look for temperatures in the 90s in the southwest, also down in southern Texas. Look for those temperatures in the 80s in central California, but much chillier across the northern tier of states. For today, we are looking at some severe storms making their way into the Ohio River Valley, later on into the mid-Atlantic states. A fire risk continues in the Central Plains. Plenty of sunshine out west. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Good morning. A bit of cloud cover around this morning, but any early morning drops are now pretty much gone from the air. It will be dry for the majority of the remainder of your daylight hours today, but there is a very high chance for rain and some isolated stronger thunderstorms after 7 or 8 o'clock this evening. That's 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. time frame. We will be watching for a line of stormy weather to come through. That'll be followed by dry weather, but gusty winds for the next couple of days, and a quick warm-up back to near 80 on Saturday.
Good morning. Top start.
Are you guys ready for this one?
Yeah.
We're going to take you out to California to start and talk about Coachella. The stars came out for the big concert weekend in the California desert. Chart topper Benson Boone shocked the crowd with a very special guest, bringing out Queen guitarist Sir Brian May for his cover of Bohemian Rhapsody. too old for Coachella.
Yeah, we said they were a little old.
Yeah, just a little bit. But it certainly was a big weekend for Benson Boone, who also announced his next album called American Heart is slated to drop June 20th.
When's he gonna get in shape?
Great abs.
Plus, he's going to make his Saturday Night Live debut on May 3rd with second-time host Quinta Brunson. That'll certainly be a good show. Here's one more highlight from Coachella, since we all missed it, that we just certainly have to show you this morning. Patrick Schwarzenegger, who made his splash this season as Saxon in the HBO hit The White Lotus, supporting his co-star Lisa, who performed a set on the Sahara stage, rocking out on Instagram and not missing a beat in the crowd, having a great time. And if you look real close in the background, you'll see another White Lotus buddy, Tane, getting in the groove there.
Oh, so I think like Maria Shriver was there. Maria's actually cool enough. She's
Yeah, we just didn't see her on camera, so who knows. Next up, The Breakfast Club. The gang just got back together.
But what we found out is that each one of us is a brain and an athlete
And a basket case, a princess.
and a criminal. Does that answer your question? Sincerely yours, The Breakfast Club.
iconic. It's a great
All
movie.
5 stars just reunited for the first time in 40 years. Now check this out.
This is the first time that Emilio has joined us. We don't have to use the cardboard cutout anymore.
I skipped all of my high school readings, so this just was something that finally I felt that I needed to do for my.
So what were they all doing together? They were there for the Comic and Entertainment Expo in Chicago, the city where the 1985 flick was filmed. And in case you're wondering, yes, they were asked about a reboot, and no, Molly Ringwald was not supportive.
Reboot, they were high school.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe like at the retirement home and get in trouble. I mean, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Kyle, in addition to The Bodyguard, has not seen The Breakfast Club.
Why would I? When it came out, I wasn't exactly the demo.
But the Bodyguard, that you have to see. That's unforgettable. You need to see that.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Hey, when you guys come see Die Hard.
I love Die Hard. I've seen Die Hard. See Die Hard. We have to see Die Hard.
What was it, Star Wars?
I love Star Wars. No, Star Wars was Hope Empty. I haven't seen it.
Just keep thinking.
Okay.
All right, next up, The Pit. The numbers are in for this hit hospital drama.
You got the med students and new interns starting today. Lucky me. This is the job that keeps on giving. Ulcers. Welcome to the pit. Let's hit some lunch.
Our people are obsessed with this show. Noah Wiley's latest turn as an ER star just landed in the top 3 of all time for shows on HBO streamer Max.
Wow.
The first season wrapped up last week with each episode scoring an average of 10 million viewers. Of course, we all remember Noah's doctor debut on ER almost 30 years ago, if you can believe it. Hopefully, we will see him back in Scrubs very soon. The Pit has already been renewed for a second season.
Wow, that's
It's not a room that all takes place in one day.
My friends are so obsessed with this. She's like, I'm going to med school. Lily? That's what's happening. Yeah, he's phenomenal. Yeah.
All right, next up, Bruce Springsteen. Over the weekend, the boss was spotted at the Lakers-Rockets game, but it wasn't just fans in the stands who were starstruck. Take a look at this.
Regular season home game. Look at the great hands by the boss. This is what's really cool. Watch this.
Yeah, all of a sudden they tell Rui, who is sitting courtside, look at the look on Rui's face. The boss? Are you kidding me?
Those players see it during the game. I love that reaction. All right, finally, we have a fun announcement this morning. Willie Geist is back with another Sunday Sit-Down Live next month. The first ever Sunday Sit-Down Live was such a big success earlier this year when Willie sat down with comedian Nate Bargatze in front of a live audience that, you know what, he's decided to do it again. This time he's going to be sitting down with none other than the barefoot Contessa herself, Lina Garden. And she and Willie, they're already old pals. Well, now they will be having another great conversation and perhaps a drink or two with all of you. Sunday Sit Down Live will be on Monday, May 19th. The tickets are on sale now. Simply scan the QR code on the screen or go to today.com. Once again, the venue will be sponsored by City Winery right here in Manhattan.
That is so fun. Is
So much fun.
Cosmo. Yeah. Cosmo. Yeah. We gotta go.
Oh, let's go. There's drinks.
Straight ahead, you guys. You've seen Hamilton, right?
Yes, I know that.
Leslie Odom Jr.
See that with him?
Himself, he was the original Aaron Burr. He is here with an exclusive announcement that Broadway fans are going to flip over. But first, your local news in London. As the days get longer, you can feel it, like a breath of fresh air.
And no matter what the day holds, we come here for all of it, because this is where it's all happening.
We get the best start to the day because we started together.
Let's kickstart your wellness journey with the all-new Start Today app. Everything you need for a healthier you, right at your fingertips. Workouts, meal plans, and so much more. Let's do this.
Download now to learn more about our new subscription offer.
Breaking news tonight, this is a massive storm affecting almost all of Florida. Missiles are scanning the sky for Russian drones.
Q1 Bourbon Street, the healing has begun.
You guys are going to use it.
Every angle, every night.
See right here.
NBC Nightly News. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is wrong.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastated. Now is real.
Recess appointments. I'm going to ask you to put this into the plainest English possible.
Now is constant. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We rescued her when she was a kid. She just joined the department last year. We're gonna catch the bastard together.
This case is too important to just leave to chance.
You are not the only one looking for justice.
Sometimes you have to ask for forgiveness instead of permission.
The Law and Order crossover event, Thursday on NBC and Peacock.
Tonight, Jimmy has Nick Jonas and Adrian Horn with a singing challenge. And their Broadway show, Klaus Anthony, Michael Hall, and tonight's show Cologne. Tonight.
This is going to be a really tough knockout. The pressure's on.
The Voice, new tonight on NBC and Peacock.
This is a News 4 Today news break.
Good morning, everyone. It's 8:26 on this Monday, April 14th. I'm Jimmy Olabanji. In our news this morning, today the government is expected to file a final status update on the Maryland man who was wrongfully deported to a prison in El Salvador last month. Over the weekend, the State Department confirmed Kilmar Abrego Garcia is alive and being held in the Terrorism Confinement Center in El Salvador. They also argued Abrego Garcia is no longer eligible for the protection that should have prevented him from being deported to El Salvador in the first place. A court hearing is set for tomorrow. We'll take a break and check out your Monday forecast coming up next.
First for traffic drive times brought to you by the Safford Automotive Group. Shop online at saffordground.com.
Cambridge paving stones make your outdoor dreams come true.
We need more emotion. Let's move on. Action.
Our unique ArmorTech process keeps colors rich and they'll stay beautiful for years to come.
Emphasize ArmorTech. Project more.
It's not easy working with family, but with Cambridge, you can easily make your outdoor dreams come true.
Parenthood now has an ally. As parents, we try to keep our kids happy, healthy, and safe, so they can keep coloring outside the lines, crashing through limits, and dreaming larger than life. But childhood is a world all its own, and it deserves the care to match. Inova Children's is always here for us, with expert teams of pediatric specialists for every age and every stage. They know kids, so they're here for anything. And to me, that's everything.
I've been a Crop Metcalf customer for many years now, and you can trust me when I say you want Crop Metcalf working on your home. For heating and air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, pest control, and home performance, their team of 5-star technicians are professional, experienced, and for me, most of all, they're friendly. They're good people. They still believe in great customer service, and that's refreshing. Take advantage of the spring special now. Crop Metcalf is the one with 5 stars.
all week, we're highlighting the Black maternal health crisis. And tomorrow,
that's the first day I walked through the door. You felt the love.
the local center stepping up to fill a critical need for moms-to-be.
What we're doing is really making a difference.
Tomorrow on News 4 Today.
Good morning, everybody. We are under an outlook for a severe weather chance coming our way this evening. Our main threat for any stronger thunderstorms is between sunset and midnight. Temperatures in the meanwhile are in the low 50s now. Look at just enough sunshine to bring us near 70 degrees today. Gusty winds from the northwest will keep us cooler the next couple of days.
Bath fitter does showers? That's right. We offer a wide selection of beautiful and functional showers. We can even convert your bath into a shower. Get yours today. Bath fitter. It just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
TikTok literally helped Danos grow from a one-man show to 45 team members in Louisville, Kentucky.
There's no way I'd be able to support this building or any of my employees without TikTok. It's not just about me anymore.
TikTok brings in so much foot traffic. To be able to have 28 employees and everybody's paid well, it's just a blessing.
Bath fitter does showers? That's right. We offer a wide selection of beautiful and functional showers. We can even convert your bath into a shower. Get yours today. Bath fitter. It just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Well, I was like jogging and then I'm wearing these stupid heels and I'm like, I'm gonna fall. Don't fall. You know I've broken my ankle on this bus before, so don't do that. Guys, great morning ahead. Star-studded, Tony-winning Broadway legend Leslie Odom Jr. is here. He's got an exclusive announcement tied to his most famous role. I think I need to work out a little more. I'm winded.
Okay, well, you got your breath, then we'll just pick it up for you. If you've got those itchy eyes, your nose is running, you're not alone. Just like Savannah, spring of allergy season is here. So this morning, we're going to give you some allergist-approved tips to help you get through it.
Also ahead for you, it is our friend who is here, Christopher Meloni. He's back this week with a brand new season of Law and Order, Organized Crime. And guys, guess what? The new Stabler-Benson drama, it continues. Chris is even trying his hand at writing an episode for the first time. We got a lot to talk about.
Maybe you can write them getting together. Yeah,
He will be interrogated. Yeah, don't you worry.
All right, coming up in the third hour, have you finished and filed your taxes yet? Well, tomorrow is the deadline, so we're going to give you some last-minute tips, including what you need to know if you need to file an extension.
And guys, Jenna and Friends, Tyra Banks is our guest co-host. She's here all week, and you may not know this about her, but she moved to Australia. Really? She came from a long way, so she's going to give us an inside look at what her life is like there. Plus, we're going to check out some Easter fashions for the whole family. She should teach you how to, like, catwalk. Be like a model. I know. I wonder if that would go. You don't see that. I don't know, but I'm the model type, so we can try. Take that back to the drawing board. Okay, just lots to get to. Just going to check the weather.
The dingo ain't my baby. So, what's going on for the week ahead? We are looking at some rain and snow around the Great Lakes. It's warm out west, severe storms in the Ohio River Valley. We get to the midweek period, and we're expecting some wet weather making its way through the northern plains. Warm winds through the central part of the country. Still a little on the chilly side here in the east. And then toward the end of the week, we got another rainy day for the Great Lakes, a storm brewing in the Rockies, plenty of sunshine, Pacific Northwest down to the Gulf, and along the eastern seaboard. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your area.
Good Monday morning. I'm Storm Team 4 meteorologist Chuck Bell. Had a little rain early this morning. That's all out of the area for now, and it'll be dry between now and about the time the sun goes down this evening. But after dark tonight, there's a very good chance for rain and some embedded thunderstorms after about 7 o'clock up to about 11 p.m. or midnight. Near 70 today. Gusty winds out of the northwest tomorrow. Tomorrow, gusts could be as much as 40 miles per hour and back into the 70s and 80s by Friday and Saturday.
Look, Savannah's not here. Hey, well, up next, we got a Today exclusive from Grammy and Tony winner Leslie Odom Jr. His big Broadway news you do not want to miss. But first...
Thank you for coming in. I'm still tired. I'm still winded. But first, this is what?
Today on NBC. There you go.
For all of your garage door needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From service and repair to installation and maintenance, our team of trained technicians can do it all. Ask about our special financing plans to fit that new garage door into your budget. Remember, go with the pros at Door Pro America. For a free estimate, visit doorproamerica.com or call 877-DOOR-PRO.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience, and get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be?
The Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work. And a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet.
Get Chevy truck with 12 qualified buyers get 2.9% APR when you finance with Chief Financial. Or get $4,350 total value. Plus, current Chevy owners can get an additional $4,000 total cash allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
People don't really realize how much of an impact the feet have on the rest of the body. What I really like about the good feet system is the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. And when the body's aligned, you're going to feel better and you're not going to have to spend so much time worrying and thinking about your pain.
There's a reason Detective Johnson is the gossip king.
Oh, did you hear? Jackie and Tom
Are you getting a divorce?
Mm-hmm.
Sad.
Well, I heard that Ashley...
Have work done on their face? Yeah. Oof.
Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Injured? With over $25 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big.
Bathroom?
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back. Iconic. Leslie Odom Jr. won a Tony for that portrayal of Aaron Burr in the blockbuster Broadway hit Hamilton. And we mentioned all morning that Leslie's here. He's got a big announcement. I don't think we should wait for it any longer. Leslie, good morning. Okay, what's the news?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me back. I'm just so delighted to announce. I'll say this. You were there on opening night.
Yes.
10 years ago. Hamilton opened on my actual birthday.
Oh.
In 2015, and I've been invited back by Jeffrey Seller and Lynn and Tommy to rejoin the Broadway company for 12 weeks. I'll be at the Richard Rogers Theater. I should say in Aaron Burr, the role of Aaron Burr. I'm not switching parts.
No.
But yeah, I'll be there for 12 weeks starting September the 9th.
You are going to be in the room where it happened
Again.
one more time.
That's
It's
right.
limited engagement. I mean, Hamilton, it was lightning in a bottle. It's the role that changed your life. What does it mean to come back?
I mentioned Jeffrey. He's here this morning, but Jeffrey invited me to Broadway 25 years ago. I joined his production of his Broadway company of Rent, and now to rejoin the Broadway company of Hamilton. You don't get shows that run 10 years. There's a lot of shows we love, great shows that. They come and they go. That's the nature of the theater. So for something to be embraced by the public and the culture in the way that Hamilton has, and the way that Rent was, it's just, it's twice in a lifetime.
Well, Jeffrey is here, and we actually have a copy of the letter that he wrote to you.
Oh, yeah.
On the how old were you when you first joined the company of Rent? This letter from Jeffrey welcoming you
and to Broadway.
Yeah, I was 17 years old when I got that letter, and Rent was the show that brought me to the theater. So I'm thinking about all that stuff. You know, it's just the fact that I'm still doing it, and then I get to do it in these pieces that mean so much to me is just very meaningful.
Well, Lynn is calling it Hamilton's anniversary, and kind of teasing that there might be other surprises. Do you have any hints, or do you think there's going to be other stuff that?
I'm not breaking any other news here today, but I know they have a lot of wonderful things planned. It's a big deal, and yeah, we're going to celebrate all year long.
Yeah. Did you know when you were, first you were in the off-Broadway production at the Public Theater? Did you know, like, my life's about to change. This is something really special.
You know, I wrote about it I got the chance to write this book about all my experiences in the field. This book called Failing Up. It's actually being released in paperback. That's another big milestone I have. Been just released in paperback, but I knew how I felt about it, but I could not imagine that you would feel about it the way that I did. I couldn't imagine that, and then with the release on Disney Plus, the fact that it's found its way to all the, there's kids that my kids weren't even born when we did Hamilton, so the fact that these kids are going to get to come see it this time, that's what I didn't know. That's been a surprise.
Well, it's been 10 years. So we thought we'd have, oh geez, don't give it away.
Okay.
These are your part. We're going to do a little Aaron Burr trivia.
All right.
I'll show you. And you can win Aaron Burr and Leslie Odom Jr. $10 bills, okay?
You can't spend that any place in America.
I know, okay.
Maybe they'll take it for Hamilton tickets.
Exactly, it's just fine. Okay, so some of these are easy, some of them are not. Okay, finish this line. Pardon me, are you?
Aaron Burr, sir?
Yes, okay. Where did Burr and Hamilton duel?
Weehawken.
Yes.
Yes.
At what time?
At what time?
Yeah, well, not the time of day, but I mean the general.
It was early, right? It was like early morning, like your hours. Like
I feel at dawn.
Oh, was it dawn?
Yes. I'm giving you that. You said early in the day. Okay. Oh, now these are getting hard. How many songs total are there in Hamilton?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Do you know?
Well, only because it's written down here. 46.
Wow.
46. Okay, what advice does Aaron Burr give Alexander Hamilton?
He tells him very famously to talk less and to smile more.
Yes, talk less. Aaron Burr was vice president to which U.S. president?
Thomas Jefferson.
Yes, okay. All right, I got one more. You're crushing this. Which Hamilton hit is widely considered to be the fastest song sung on Broadway?
I have no idea.
Guns and Ships.
Oh,
does that make sense?
W. Diggs, of course.
Yes,
the legend.
Well, we're so excited for you to bring this back. I mean, it's incredible. I remember it very well, being there and knowing something special was happening, and how lucky are all of us to get to see you do it again. So, Leslie, thank you so much. And also the new paperback version of Failing Up, your memoir, which has some great advice as well. So it's great to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan.
All right, and don't forget to mark your calendars. Aaron Burr in Hamilton, Leslie Odom Jr. returns. It starts in September. Coming up next, your health you don't want to miss if you're struggling with the spring allergies. We've got expert tips to help you limit all that sniffling, and sneezing. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Longing for security? Right now, Long Fence is offering 25% off fences, decks, and pavers. Contact Long Fence today.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood. Seamlessly trade stocks, options, crypto, and futures in one place.
Introducing the all-new Acura ADX. Hey Google, turn it up. The all-new Acura ADX, crafted to back your energy. Surround yourself with the beauty of spring at Merrifield Garden Center. With bright blooms in every color, plants in all sizes and shapes, and endless gardens, you'll leave feeling inspired and ready to take on your next gardening project. Wherever you are on your plant parent journey, our experienced team is here for support.
Come and enjoy spring with us at Merrifield Garden Center. We can't wait to see you.
I'm going to make this real simple. National Florist Direct will be anyone's price on flooring by 15% or it's free. It doesn't matter what the sale or offer is. We'll beat their price by 15% or it's free. Call 888-400-FLOOR and we'll bring the store to your door.
Longing for connection? Right now, Long Fence is offering 25% off fences, decks, and pavers. Contact Long Fence today.
We are back with your health. The blooms are out, and that means spring allergy season is in full swing. So here to walk us through the best ways to navigate the symptoms and sniffles is Dr. Tanya Elliott. Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
So what's our outlook? I mean, we get kind of a forecast for allergy season. How does it look?
Doesn't it sound like every year we say, this is going to be the worst allergy season yet? And it is getting worse every year, so unfortunately this is going to be another bad year.
Why is that?
It has to do with above average rainfall, it has to do with warmer temperatures, it has to do with pollution and more carbon dioxide in the air, and we know that plants like to breathe in carbon dioxide. So what happens? You have more pollen, and then you have super pollen that actually binds to things like diesel exhaust. So even people who don't have true allergies are experiencing allergy symptoms because the air is full of pollen and then you're breathing that into your nasal passages and it's just an irritant. So you're going to try to sneeze it out.
If you are a person I get allergies, what are some things you can do to lessen or reduce the symptoms?
Okay, so a couple of things that you could do. Don't wear hairspray because pollen loves to stick to your hair.
Oh yeah, I've never heard that.
Also eyelashes, so maybe wearing sunglasses or not doing fake eyelashes because pollen will stick in between your lashes and then it's really hard to scrub inside there and then you end up with eye allergy symptoms.
Wow.
You also want to consider your indoor air quality. I like to call this our indoor microbiome.
Okay.
And preventing pollen from being trapped inside your home. So my recommendation is putting an air purifier in your entryway and making sure that that's the appropriate size for your room. And then when you come inside, take off your clothes, put them in the laundry machine, and then hop in the shower, and then wash all that pollen off of you.
Now, if you've already got some symptoms, you're doing the sniffling and all that stuff, what are some remedies that you like?
So the over-the-counter allergy aisle is like a very scary place. There's like so many different options, right? But the two mainstays of treatment are nasal steroid sprays and antihistamines. But it's important to understand how those are used. So nasal steroid sprays need to be in your system for about 5 days before they start to kick in. So oftentimes people are like, oh, I don't like the nasal sprays, they don't work. And it's because they're not as needed medications. You need to use them consistently. Those are the ones that you want to start at the beginning of allergy season and stay on them throughout allergy season. Antihistamines can be used as needed and they kick in within an hour.
Okay. Do you have to worry? I mean, people used to worry about those nasal sprays, people get addicted or...
So there's different kinds. So nasal steroid sprays you can use consistently and you really want to be on them for the duration of allergy season.
Yeah.
But there are other nasal sprays that can restrict the blood vessels. Those are the ones that you don't want to be on.
So cold and flu season also is here, and a lot of times I know I myself, I'm like, I don't think I get allergies, but you never know. Is it a cold? Is it flu? Is it just seasonal allergies? How can you tell the difference?
And it's tough because when you have allergies that are poorly controlled, you're more likely to get sick. But I'm going to tell you 3 easy ways. So remember this. Number 1, allergies don't cause a fever or swollen lymph nodes. So if that's the case, then the likelihood is that's an infection. Number 2, the timing of your symptoms. So with allergies, it's like you're fine in the morning, then you step outside, and then all of a sudden you're sneezing, right? Yes. Or when you see that pollen, and all of a sudden your eyes are watering. Whereas when you have cold or flu symptoms, you're feeling miserable, like nonstop throughout the course of the day. And then the third is the duration of your symptoms. So allergy symptoms last weeks and even months. Cold and flu symptoms will last 7 to 10 days.
Okay, and do you think other kind of like DIY tips so we can get through this season?
So a couple of fun natural remedies. Go buy some fresh eucalyptus and hang it in your shower. And the eucalyptus can help to open up the nasal passages. Another thing you can do is take some fresh ginger, put it in a pot of hot water, bring that up to a boil, and then breathe in that humidified air. And the ginger is a natural anti-inflammatory for your nasal passages, your sinuses, and your lungs.
Okay, that sounds lovely as well. All right, Dr. Elliott, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Laura, over to you.
All right, up next, we are catching up with one of our very favorites. Christopher Meloni is here. We can't wait to hear all about the new season of Law and Order Organized Crime that's going to include a very special guest. But first, this is Today on NBC.
When looking for a lawyer after a car accident, you may not always know what you need, but you do know what you want. You need the Cochran firm. We will treat you with the respect you deserve while we fight to get you the compensation that you need. Injured? Call the Cochran firm.
Before and bath fitter. Before and bath fitter. Bath Fitter's tub-to-shower conversion is the perfect upgrade that's both practical and stylish. Getting in and out is easier than ever before, and our seamless walls eliminate mess and stress. Enjoy your new shower knowing Bath Fitter has you covered by a lifetime warranty. Join over 2 million satisfied customers today and enjoy a shower that's built for your needs. Bath Fitter. It just fits.
I've got this dream, and you're all in it.
Let's hear it.
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for your dream.
I have this vacation home.
Also like a getaway.
Yeah, but also an eco-friendly artist retreat.
So, you're expanding your business?
And our family. Can you help me plan for that?
Yeah. Let's get started.
Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
Is your house less than perfect? I'm Dan from Market Pro Home Buyers, and we want to buy your home. Don't make repairs, don't pay commissions. For a no-obligation offer, call 301-683-7355 or visit marketprohomebuyers.com.
Now's the time for a great deal on the new Honda. It's time to drive smarter. High-tech features and excellent reliability. From the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Right now, you can get a $279 per month lease or 2.99% APR on 2025 HRV all-wheel drive LX. Looks like the room's been tossed.
Nothing in the safe, nothing of value anywhere else. No money.
No jewelry. Always carry this pair of earrings in my purse.
Yeah, like you carry your purse.
That's because you carry fun.
The beginning of a now decades-long dynasty, and we are joined this morning by one half of that incredible duo. Christopher Meloni returns as Detective Elliot Stabler this week for the 5th season of Law and Order Organized Crime, and it promises to be even more dramatic than ever. Take a look.
Hello.
My bad. I thought this was somebody else's truck.
Somebody wants to get robbed.
Nice bat.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll tell you this. Then you and I are going to go for a walk.
Chris, good morning. I have a lot of questions. Watching your face watch that with intensity, it seems like it's going to be an intense season for Stabler.
Yeah, it's, I think we did a pretty good job this year.
Fans are ready. They're hyped.
Yeah, I get that feeling too.
Well, and is it a little bit different being on Peacock? Is it a little bit edgier? Is there any cursing? That's what fans want to know.
You know, it does slip out. I'm not a huge fan of the curse unless it's, warranted. I mean, we all get caught in these very stressful situations. But every once in a while it popped out. But I'm about to head off to do some looping.
Okay.
In case it falls on the network, NBC. So.
All right. Well, that's something to look forward to. Another reason we're looking forward to it, you wrote episode 2 of this season.
Yeah.
And there's a very special reunion that is possibly happening, something for people to look forward to.
Yeah, we were kicking around ideas, and I came up with a suggestion that would bring Mariska into the fold a little bit, and I suggested that I write it simply because I kind of know our dynamic, and I know I have her voice in my head, and I have their voices in my head, how they engage each other, and so yeah, I took a shot.
Well, the chemistry between you two is undeniable, and of course, my colleagues in the past have tried their hardest to extract out of you. Will they finally get together this season? And so far, they haven't been able to really get an answer out of you. And so I thought maybe, you know, as a former attorney, I might try a little bit, using a little bit of evidence that I found, including on the morning of March 19th, sir, you were seen arm in arm with Mariska in New York City, just sort of casually walking. Is that correct?
I can neither confirm nor oh shit.
It looks like sir, I can see there arm in arms, all smiles, but there's more, sir. On the evening of April 11th, you were seen at a Knicks game, sitting courtside, again hand in hand. Do you see that? Do you see that hand in hand, sir?
Is there a lawyer in house that I can call? Yeah, we're at the next game.
It seems like the evidence would suggest, sir, that you two enjoy public displays of affection.
There's my wife.
Yes, we should mention she was there as well before the internet breaks and I start something. Let's just say your wife was there as well.
Well, look, every time we see each other, because it's very rare these days, you know, she's a hard-working young woman, and, you know, I get a job or two every once in a while.
I don't think I got an answer to my question yet. Are you two finally going to give the people what they want this season?
On camera.
On camera, off camera, you tell me.
Tune in.
Again. All right. Well, you have other exciting things happening right now. You got the 30th wedding anniversary to your real-life wife.
Yeah.
Which is pretty incredible. What's your secret?
She's patient. She's patient, and we run into tough spots. We find a way to navigate towards, better parts of ourselves, and maybe you kind of go back into who you are and why you got together in the first place. And so, you're always readjusting and refiguring and coming back to your better place.
How does she deal with the internet labeling you everyone's favorite zaddy on your birthday? I saw a number of messages you received.
Yeah, well, that's a tribute to how secure she is. That's a big deal on for her. She's like, oh, please, I know the real him. And
I mean, look at you sprawled out on the couch there. Do your kids roast you for this?
Absolutely. Yeah. But they're used to it by now. Yeah, they're used to that.
They're grown, but it's still all in fun, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're really excited about this season. It's going to be great.
Thank you. So are we.
It looks terrific. Chris, thank you again for stopping by. The first 2 episodes of the all-new season of Law & Order Organized Crime drop Thursday on Peacock, followed by new episodes weekly. And don't go anywhere. Chris is coming back here with one of his co-stars coming up in our 3rd hour. But first, your local news. Thank you.
As the days get longer, you can feel it, like a breath of fresh air.
And no matter what the day holds, we come here for all of them, because this is where it's all happening.
We get the best start to the day, because we started together.
Let's kickstart your wellness journey with the all-new Start Today app. Everything you need for a healthier you, right at your fingertips. Workouts, meal plans, and so much more. Let's do this.
Download now to learn more about our new subscription offer. This is a News for Today news break.
Good morning. It's 8:56 on this Monday, April 14th. I'm Jimmy Labanji. In our news this morning, we could learn more today about a deadly shooting of a young man in Ashburn. Loudoun County deputies found the victim dead inside a car in the Harris Teeter parking lot on Southern Walk Plaza over the weekend. Investigators believe he was shot at a nearby apartment complex. They are calling this an isolated incident. We'll take a break and we'll have more on your forecast coming up next.
Sponsored by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
My name is Tiana Hubbard. I was involved in a motor vehicle accident. My car rolled over and flipped 3 times. I had fractured my spinal cord. I was unable to move my legs. It was very devastating. The reason I contacted Morgan & Morgan was I wanted to fight for myself. I wanted to be able to provide for my kids after losing everything that I did have. I heard of Morgan & Morgan, but never ever thought I'd be put in a predicament where I had to use them. They want to make sure that you and your family are well taken care of. I'm very happy with what I received.
You know who to call when you need a plumber fast. Now, Len the Plumber offers air conditioning help too, with same-day cooling services that keep your life moving.
Wherever the road takes you, Chevy is ready to drive you forward.
with pure power unleashed and future-forward technology. Because every mile matters. And every path leads to new possibilities. Get 2.9% APR plus no monthly payments for 90 days on all 2025 Equinox models. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
I'm Tamara Olivier from Pepco Holdings. As temperatures rise, we want to help our customers spring in the savings. From DIY tips to personalized advice, Pepco can help you make your home more energy efficient. These small steps can add up to savings. Pepco is also here to help. We offer support through payment plans and financial assistance. It's just one way. Pepco is delivering more than energy.
Time and temperature from Belfort Furniture.
Good Monday morning. All is quiet for now. There is going to be a risk for some isolated strong to severe storms this evening after the sun goes down. So you get a dry day, temperatures near 70 today. Then again, a round of thunderstorms likely between about 7 or 8 p.m. up to about midnight tonight, followed by some windy days on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Thank you, Chuck. Remember, you can get the latest news and forecast anytime at the NBC Washington app. We'll see you for News 4 Midday at 11 a.m.
News 4 has the people you love, and we love working for you. In the morning when you wake up,
It is volunteer month and
We're doing good work here at NBC4 in the community.
throughout your day,
Barack Obama actually photobombed you guys?
24/7.
Such a great vibe out here.
Okay,
Just
Amy.
voting for you guys.
Catch all your favorite folks on NBC4.
It's good to be you, Dad. You know.
Wishing you a happy Passover from NBC4, working for you.
This morning on the third hour of today, the future of travel. As that real ID deadline looms, other high-tech tools could be changing the way we fly. So, will it mean the end of boarding passes? Then, tax tips for procrastinators. From filing for extensions to avoiding refund scams. What we all need to know with less than 24 hours until the deadline. Plus, the Stabler Brothers live in 1A. Stars Christopher Meloni and Dean Norris are here, counting down to a new season of Law and Order, Organized Crime. And a makeup makeover? We're going to help you nail that morning routine with this year's best beauty products. Today, Monday, April 14th, 2025. Live from Studio 1A at Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of today. Happy Monday, everybody. I'm Al, along with all the ladies.
Can you name us all?
I got Dylan, I got Laura, I got Kaylee. We're very excited. Craig is off on spring break. Chanel taking time to be with her family. So we are thrilled that you're starting your week off with us. So let's talk about our weekends. First off, some cookies.
Yeah, I was just explaining with the cost of egg prices. I don't know why we made a cookie that featured a lemon curd in the middle. It uses a lot of egg yolks. But the boys were so happy. Rusty just being Rusty. And look at Calvin. He pitched his first game. This is his first year of kid pitch. So, you know, each kid kind of gets to do an inning. And he had 3 strikeouts.
All right.
So he had 3 out, and he hit another home run this weekend.
Yeah.
So, like, I started to make it. I've been loving watching Calvin play. But he's of the mindset now where he wants to be a professional baseball player, like most
Why
kids,
not?
right? So, like, whatever you want to do, whatever works. Yes.
Lauren McElroy would say, follow your dreams.
I know, exactly. Paid off.
How about your brew?
I would say a rainy weekend is just about a parent's worst nightmare. And this weekend, what did we do? Encanto on repeat. You can see that there. That was basically my view. The entire weekend is just the back of their heads. And I realized, even though we watched it approximately 12 times this weekend, I've never actually seen it all the way through. Because we keep getting interrupted by different things, and they're popping in and out.
It's like a Christmas story on Christmas Day. You're just like in and out of it.
Yes.
So put it on repeat, and maybe by the end of the day, you see it.
Eventually,
maybe.
Yeah. Well, you know, Deborah was away, and I had all this time in my hand.
Yes.
So I went on ChatGPT and put a picture of our Christmas picture when we were in France with Leela and her fiance Sylvain. And then I said, ask ChatGPT to make us Muppets. So it kind of gave us 2 dogs. That's little Clouseau. Then I said, do anime. And page. And then I went in and asked it to do us kind of like, well, this was kind of like Looney Tunes kind of thing.
Okay.
And then asked it to do us as the Flintstones. And
They're really good. What is your business card
That's
look like this year?
I don't know, but it was so.
ChatGPT broker special.
There you go. So now you had face masks working?
I sure did, because I knew that I was going to be glued to the couch all day on Sunday watching the Masters, so I made it a little self-care, you know?
You look like you're like one of those Mexican wrestlers.
I'm pretty sure that was in a Shop Today segment later, but, you know, I have to make the most of the Masters Sunday. Yeah, you can. I mean, there was a nice red glow, like rose-colored glasses, looking at that stuff.
Does that come with infinity stones? What's going on?
I do have a nice glow to your so totally worth it. You're also going to talk more about the Masters in just a little bit, but first, we have to talk travel.
Yeah, that's right. Just as we head into the holiday week and busy summer season, big changes could soon be coming to the airport. First, of course, this rush to get that real ID. You've heard so much about it. And now a tech upgrade that could mean the end of your paper boarding passes.
Oh, well, NBC's Maggie Vespa is at Chicago's O'Hare International with everything we need to know. So, Maggie, what's the latest?
Hey guys, well, the latest is this deadline is looming. And for those of us that I don't have to tell you who travel a lot, including our correspondents and field teams, this is a stressful thing. Everybody's got it on their calendar. The real ID deadline, less than a month away. So that's one huge change. We're also talking about this new reported, totally separate plan to potentially do away completely with paper boarding passes, meaning potentially an even larger overhaul to how we all get through security and board our flights.
Just in time for the summer travel season, now major shifts in the way we fly are underway, starting with the rush to get a real ID in the next few weeks.
What do you mean? I have until May 7th to get a real ID.
The federal government still sticking to that long-delayed May 7th deadline, requiring travelers using a driver's license to board domestic flights to have a real ID, which has specific markings on the top of the card.
I don't think anyone expected that, like, the day would finally come.
The TSA has said it can phase in enforcement, but those hoping to avoid delays are heading to the DMV in droves.
The real ID driver's licensing appointments are now booked out to June in my area.
Passports, of course, will still work to get through security, but there may be more changes lining up for summer travel,
including potential new rules that would make paper tickets a thing of the past. The International Civil Aviation Organization, a UN agency that advises countries on aviation practices, is looking to roll out a new digital travel credential, according to the Times of London, which would allow passengers to upload their passport info to their phones and use a scan of their face to check in, drop bags, and board a plane. How massive of a change would this be?
Something like this would really be a step into the future.
While the ICAO has not confirmed its plans to NBC News, the concept is similar to a TSA pilot program.
With touchless ID, there's no need to show a physical ID or boarding pass at security checkpoints.
Pre-check travelers flying with Delta, United, or Alaska Airlines can use their face to board at select airports, including Atlanta, DCA, LAX, and LaGuardia, as Americans coast to coast get ready for a busy travel season.
All right, so with that in mind, let's get back to real ID. If you're trying to get that quickly before that looming deadline, make sure you make an appointment with your local DMV. You can do that, save yourself some time, but do it soon. They're booking out weeks, in some cases months in advance. And also keep in mind, assuming you go to the appointment and you get approved, it could be up to a week or in some cases more, experts say, before you actually get the physical card in your hand. And TSA said they will not, and this is important, take the temporary paper copy that they give you in the meantime. Here at security checkpoints, you have to have the card, so build in that pad time for any trips you may have on the horizon. That's the effect to you.
All right, I guess in the worst case scenario, like you're gonna.
I'm just going to use my passport until the dust settles. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
You've probably had yours for 2 years now.
All
right. All right, well, now to the event of the weekend, Masters final round that we are going to be talking about for a very long time. My boys, they were all glued to the screen
That sounds great.
yesterday. I mean, they were playing golf in the living room and then just like all eyes on Rory.
Wow.
Rory, of course, adding his name to the history books, capturing his first Masters win and becoming only the 6th player to complete golf's Grand Slam. That's winning all 4 majors. And Kaylee, I know that you were following the nail biter. Mask on. Either way, we were watching the whole
Either
thing.
way, no matter what. And I feel like everybody was glued to this. And you needed to be wearing a seatbelt for this roller coaster of a round of 18 plus a bonus hole. So Rory McIlroy teed off Masters Sunday in the lead, but the weight was as heavy as it could be for really the greatest golfer of a generation who hadn't won a major in over a decade. Could he finally do it in Augusta and reach golf immortality? Well, it all came down to a one-hole playoff, making the best day on the golf calendar as dramatic as it gets.
The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
Rory McIlroy, overcome with emotion, winning his first green jacket to complete golf's rarest accomplishment, the career Grand Slam, 11 years after winning his last major championship.
Honestly, it's a dream come true. Like, my dreams have been made today.
With supporters cheering him on, from his wife and daughter in the crowd to his hometown club in Ireland. The Masters winner decided in a sudden death playoff for the first time since 2017. Justin Rose suffering gut-wrenching defeats in both. McIlroy led the pack heading into Sunday's round by 2 strokes, but made key stumbles throughout. At the end, McIlroy rallying. All McIlroy needed to do was sink this putt.
All of those moments lead to this.
But forced into a playoff, with his next chance on the 18th green, McIlroy wouldn't miss. For the emotional champ, the win meant even more with his family behind him. Reuniting with his wife Erica and 4-year-old daughter Poppy behind the ropes.
They've been on this journey with me the whole way through. They know the burden that I've carried.
Later, McIlroy also thanking his parents.
I want to say hello to my mum and dad. They're back home in Northern Ireland.
They made a lot of sacrifices for you.
They did.
And at the ceremony, McIlroy delivering a message straight to his daughter.
The one thing I would say to my daughter Poppy that's sitting over there, never give up on your dreams. Never ever give up on your dreams. Keep coming back, keep working hard, and if you put your mind to it, you can do anything. I love you.
Such a beautiful message. And for as much love as Rory gave his family, he also said he shares this green jacket with his caddy, Harry Diamond. They have been friends since Rory was 7 years old, growing up together in Northern Ireland. A very special friendship.
Yeah.
Cool to see them share
They
this
were
moment.
best men in each other's weddings.
Yes.
Like, that's how close they are.
That's special.
Thanks for that.
Of course.
What a fun day. All right, we've got a lot more on this fun day coming up on the 3rd hour, including your last-minute tax tips.
Is that fun?
Sorry. I should have brought the teas before. Last-minute tax tips and what to know before tomorrow's big deadline. Then later, cashing in on the Pokemon craze. Our Brian Chung finds out just how much those dusty old collectibles may actually be worth.
Revenge of the nerds.
We'll be right back. What did you
You know what you don't see in psoriasis commercials? The thousands of real people who go undiagnosed. People whose psoriasis can look very different depending on their skin tone. As the makers of Tremfya, we understand that everybody's moderate to severe plaque psoriasis doesn't look the same. So we undertook a first-of-its-kind study of plaque psoriasis in every skin tone. Like hers, and his, and yours.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Ask your dermatologist about Tremfya.
Depend keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever. Yes, yes. No. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
24-hour moisturizing body wash that locks in 4 times the moisturizers of your old body wash.
Wow, what about half the ingredients?
Heavenly. Clean, moisturizing body wash isn't a myth, it's native.
Some like them on an ice cream sandwich. Eat them how you like them.
Pop-Tart, crazy!
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you never check your car's not on empty first, before going through the drive-thru.
I forgot to fill up.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and save even more when you click or call.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Oh yeah, great day.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
You got this. 1. Remember, I don't want surgery for my Dupuytren's contraction. 2. I don't want to wait for my contracture to get worse. 3. I want a treatment with minimal downtime. 4. I want a non-surgical treatment. And 5.
And if non-surgical treatment isn't offered?
I'll get a second opinion. Let's go.
Take charge of your treatment. If you can't lay your hand flat, visit findahandspecialist.com to get started.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
This is not a procedure. It's just a hard-working cream.
Revitalift Triple Power with pro-retinol, hyaluronic acid, and vitamin C visibly reduces wrinkles, firms, and brightens skin in 1 week.
Ladies, it's time to ask for more.
Revitalift Triple Power by L'Oreal Paris.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. With Skyrizi, feel symptom relief at 4 weeks. Many people were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 3 years.
Don't use allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight that may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Skyrizi.
In this morning's On the Money, we are talking last-minute tax tips, especially for the nearly 1/3 of Americans who admit they procrastinate when it comes to filing their taxes, according to a recent survey. So if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed with less than 24 hours to go until the April 15th deadline, have no fear. Sharon Epperson, CNBC's senior personal finance correspondent, is here to help. Sharon, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, let's be real. You don't have much time left. Where do things stand?
Are you speaking to me personally? Do you
No, I'm not attacking you.
Haven't done it yet?
I'm not attacking you.
No, you don't have much time left. A lot of people have procrastinated. There have been over 100 million returns that have been submitted to the IRS, and that's more than 2/3, almost 2/3 of what they're expecting. But still, that means 1/3 of people haven't done anything yet. The average refund is over $3,000, over $3,100 actually. So you want to get your tax return done and get that refund if you're due one.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And try to save that money. Don't try to save that money.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure. It's not a surprise, I guess, but the idea that scammers will use any excuse to try to prey people with their money. And this is the same time of year.
This is the time of year. Americans lost over $9 billion in tax fraud and financial fraud last year. So you need to protect yourself. Start by going to the IRS website, making sure you have that identity protection PIN, that's 6 digits. That's going to make sure that that's your tax return. Nobody else can use your information. Ignore anything that's unexpected, supposedly from the IRS, a text or an email. They're not going to contact you that way.
It's going to be the mail.
Exactly. They're going to contact you through the mail. And always use a strong password. 2-factor authentication is really key. Don't get annoyed by that extra code that comes. That's to protect you. So you have your password, that extra code, you want to put those in.
All right.
So for those procrastinators, even if they have the best of intentions, they're not going to make it by the deadline. And what do you need to know about filing an extension?
Well, you definitely need to file an extension by April 15th. When you file for an extension, that's also an extension that you're for filing, but not to pay if you owe any money. If you file for an extension, you're going to have a new due date. It's going to be October 15th, which is great news for a lot of people. But if you owe, you want to go on the IRS website on irs.gov to direct pay and pay what you can, even if you can't pay the whole thing, and make sure to select extension, and then automatically it will put in that form
4868 for you that you need to request an extension. And what if you're in a place that's been declared a disaster area? Do you have to actually go through the effort of filing an extension there? The good thing is if you're in a federally declared disaster area, the silver lining is you don't have to file for an extension. They already know. So if you're in certain states, you're going to have an extension until May 1st. Los Angeles County with the wildfires, they have till October 15th. And there are a few states that have until November 3rd. Those folks have already been through enough. At least they don't have to file for that extension. That's exactly right.
One thing you say to be aware of, Sharon, is unclaimed refunds.
Yes, because there's a 3-year window for filing a tax return. And so for 2021, if you haven't filed that year's tax return, you have to do that by April 15th. The good news is if you haven't filed and you maybe do a credit, you may get a nice refund.
Okay.
So if you were to do a stimulus check or recovered rebate credit or a child tax credit, child dependent care credit, or an income tax credit, you could be due a refund. And the way you want to do, what you want to do is check your status to see whether or not you're due that, and you go to irs.gov to do it. But some people could get a nice little windfall.
Yeah. Free money.
Free money.
Really quickly,
Yeah.
is it best to have it like direct deposited to you as opposed to getting a check?
Absolutely best to have it direct deposited and best to do your tax return online because that will save you from making a lot of mistakes. Free file is available, direct pay is direct file is available. So important to do it online by April 15th.
You get it a lot faster.
Get it a lot faster, yeah. Get your refund a lot faster,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you.
You always come through with the good tips. For more tax saving strategies, sign up for Sharon's free Money 101 newsletter series at cnbc.com/money101.
All right, coming up, childhood memorabilia now worth thousands of dollars. Our Brian Chung finds out what's behind the new Pokemon craze. And then it's the Stabler brothers, Christopher Meloni, Dean Norris. They're live in Studio 1A. We are getting the scoop on the new season of Law & Order, Organized Crime. Still ahead.
If you have wet AMD, you never want to lose sight of the things you love.
We get it.
Some things should stand the test of time. Long-lasting EYLEA HD could significantly improve your vision. More people on EYLEA HD had no fluid in the retina compared to those on EYLEA at 4 months. EYLEA HD is the only wet AMD therapy that helped 8 out of 10 people go up to 4 months between injections after 3 initial monthly treatments. If you have an eye infection, eye pain or redness, or allergies to EYLEA HD, don't use. Eye injections like EYLEA HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, or wear with severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. An increasing eye pressure has been seen. There is an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. The most common side effects were blurred vision, cataract, corneal injury, and eye floaters. And there's still so much to see. If you are on EYLEA or a similar type of treatment, ask your retina specialist about EYLEA HD today for the potential for fewer injections.
Can your pad absorb everything and stay fresh? Always Close Foam can. It's the only pad made with a flexible foam core that locks in blood and sweat while the top stays dry, keeping you up to 100% leak and odor-free. See what foam can do for you.
Ooh, I don't think they take that here.
Of course they take Discover. It's stuck in the past, baby.
You're the one who owns 13 pairs of parachute pants?
And these are my 14.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
Nothing makes good. Very great.
You're still great, Grandpa.
See? Told you.
Okay.
There goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce me.
Which you do you want to be today? At TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet into a place of endless expression. With the quality you deserve, styles you crave, and prices you love.
I'm gonna do what I do.
Maxx, what makes you, you.
Hey, bud. Short time.
Your son is on a Krispy Kreme Kit Kat break.
Who's gonna do the chore? Thanks, big brothers.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Kate made progress with her mental health, but her medication caused unintentional movements in her face, hands, and feet, called tardive dyskinesia, or TD. So her doctor prescribed Ospedo XR, a once-daily extended-release TD treatment for adults. Austedo XR significantly reduced Kate's TB movements. Some people saw a response as early as 2 weeks. With Austedo XR, Kate can stay on her mental health meds.
Oh, hi, buddy. Austedo XR can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts. Don't take if you have liver problems, are taking reserpine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness.
Ask your doctor for Austedo XR.
If you've been doing some spring cleaning lately, maybe you've stumbled upon some favorite collectibles from years past. Well, before you toss them, you might want to see our next story. Our Brian Chen found one particular item that is fetching a fortune. Brian, tell us more.
Yeah, well, look, even for nerds, you may have actually had a cash cushion that you've been laying on the whole time. So those that are familiar with Pokemon, it's a nearly 30-year-old Japanese franchise with a lovable pocket monsters like Pikachu or Eevee. Well, for those of us, yes, me included, who are among Pokemon's first fans, those cards could be worth thousands. Baseball cards, Beanie Babies, and comics, things you may find during your spring cleaning. Collectibles related to childhood memorabilia could be worth a lot more than you'd imagine. Keep an eye out for one category now worth a lot of cash: Pokemon. The cute pocket monsters with the catchy theme song. The franchise that started off in 1996 as a video game is now an icon of millennial culture.
One of the most powerful Pokemon of all.
The 2016 mobile game Pokemon Go had millions of people in the street catching creatures. And Pokemon Go is trading card releases, stirring up an absolute frenzy at retailers. Fast forward to a resurgence in Pokemon popularity, making some OG merchandise worth a pretty penny. This ranking on first edition cards are that some of these sold for almost $200,000. The trading card show in Suffern, New York, savvy traders scoring big bucks, including 13-year-olds. Young money. The average card from the original set released in 1999 has more than tripled in value over just the last 2 years. Celebrities have jumped on the Pokemon bandwagon too. Post Malone and Katy Perry lending their voices to a recent anniversary album. Ryan Reynolds playing the main role in the 2019 movie Detective Pikachu. Listen,
We got ways to make you talk.
another iconic collector is this guy, who dusted off his own collection from 26 years ago. I feel like a 10-year-old again for being here, and apparently I might be sitting on some gold.
So right off the bat, I have some of the best cards possible. We're looking at using
But the experts warned me that the value of my cards depend heavily on the shape they're in. So we headed to PSA, a company that verifies and grades all kinds of players, scoring them from 1 to 10, 10 being the gold standard. General Manager Elizabeth Luna says these days they see more than 500,000 Pokemon cards every month.
A lot of times with Pokemon cards, especially older ones, we see that the ones have some damage on them.
That's going to be $2,000.
Yeah. Should have been more careful with the kid.
So, having mind fair, time to scan and submit my cards.
You want to take a picture?
Which then had to graders like Louis Salas. He's laser focused on the smallest details.
I'm looking at corners for this particular card. I'm looking at this edges to make sure there's no silvering.
Once graded, my cards are encased in plastic and labeled with their score. I gotta tell you, I'm super nervous about this.
I'm excited to see what you get.
This is
Yeah, it's amazing. For that card, it's mint. Yeah, like that's really, really good for this card. So recent card in the same grade, the same one, sold for $82,000.
$2,000.
This is a great investment for you to save that.
I'm not the only millennial who rummaged through their childhood bedrooms.
Since Pokemon Pocket came out in October, we've seen about a 40% increase in the Pokemon submission volume.
And yes, while each collectible has its value, you can't put a price on the fun. So we trade. Show them the camera. We just made a trade. Thanks for the I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So I'll tell you about that in a second. First, I should point out that the Pokemon Company does tell us that there are 100 million downloads of the digital version of the game since its launch in October, which I think explains the recent surge in popularity. Those cards that I gave those kids, we looked it up after the fact. It turns out they're worth a few $100. That card that I gave.
He gave you.
So those are not worth as much. So I did get fleeced on the trade. So I don't know if you're watching this, but if you could please call me up. I'll give you this whole picks. This is one of the card cases.
How mad are you at your younger self for not taking better care of your Pokemon?
I'm so mad because I mean, it could have been thousands of dollars of difference just for those little frills on the side.
You can't put a price on the joy it brings.
You can't put a price on thousands of dollars. So yeah.
Just trying to cash out on it.
Yeah, I am out of here.
Hey, we really appreciate your time out today. And coming up, we've got two very special guests live. For all you Law and Order organized crime fans, Christopher Meloni and Dean Norris are here as they get ready for a new season. And later, a Facebook to tackle 18 plus a viral screen brush. And then we get some listeners contest a beauty product with Chelsea.
This is Sitdown with the first take some action. Almost of the summer is also known as a secure. And when we have a treatment, Midwest is the first and only FDA-approved treatment that's got 93% of girls can heal by 2 months. Others become 75% stable. But the Midwest provides heartburn-free days and nights. And it also leads to a heartburn related to non-allergy cure.
No, what is happening? No, what is that?
shower that fits your needs. Guaranteed. Doctor's been around for 40 years, and we've been experts in showers for just as long. Give yours to them. Nothing. It just fits. Go to doctor.com with a free consultation.
It's amazing, you know, COVID actually brought it to its highest level straight to the bed. You know, I saw that once again.
Listen, Jimmy, thank you so much. We'll be here till Thursday. First two episodes of Law and Order, Organized Crime, Season 5, dropping this Thursday on Peacock Premieres, and also Thursday night.
All we see is Eric coming up next. It's this year's Best in Beauty exclusive. We are going to help you kickstart your makeup routine with some of the reason we have makeup. And then we're going to talk about country star John Party. We're going to talk about his brand new album. He sent some first to you.
Have you always touched up with the debate? Me too.
Discover the power we could.
With Adobe, costs $35.
And some cost only $26.
And I keep the weight off.
You reduce my risk. We go through the only we can reduce risk of leaking blood and vascular such as death, heart attack, or stroke. We don't use heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take it. You and your family have a TC, MEN2, or are allergic to it. Tell your provider. Planning surgery or procedure are breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning. Stop taking it for medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder or severe stomach problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes, if you feel your heart racing or depressed, or if you have mental changes, depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, flu or upset, headache, feeling tired, dizzy, bloated, gas, or heartburn. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems. I'm losing weight. I'm thinking about it. I'm lowering my kidney risk. That's beautiful.
What's the 100 degrees Which one of these fancy French fries can stand up to the heat? Looks like ordinary anti-French fries. Can't. Ordinary anti-French fries can't fight sweet better than Secret Noodle. Try new Secret Noodle Strength Breath.
mean, it was real fighting. The thing was so important about this, 11 years ago, he was 21 years old. He was like the hottest golfer in the world. He had a 4-shot lead going to the back nine. On number 10, he blew it left into the caverns and lost it. He's been waiting 11 years for this opportunity. This is a one extra hole. Congratulations.
sleeve put together. So if you follow that emotion, that gut, it can actually lead you astray. So you really look at your strategy. Is there something to do? Is there something not to do? And you really take a measured approach to that because that's going to benefit the most of everything that's going to business and not.
Especially what you can do to make yourself peace of mind is probably the best thing.
Yes, take control. Take control of what's in your control. You can't focus on the things out of your control to follow the herd because the herd isn't necessarily what you have in mind for your financial.
Always a pleasure. You're so calm. It makes me feel a little bit calmer about what I have going on. The uncertainty it confuses you. But John does not. John?
No, my gut always. All right, this morning, opening argument set to begin in a trial, the trial of tech giant Meta, how the outcome could drastically change social media.
Ugly, outdated, maybe even unsafe after shower, you could remodel the hard way. Or you could do the easy way, at home you could be. And get the beautiful bathroom of your dreams installed in just one day. That's right. It doesn't take weeks or months, just one day. And you won't need to break anything, not even a bit. Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bathroom model makes it simple. Our local design consultants come right to you with exclusive, genuine jacuzzi features and designs to help you create the custom bathroom of your dreams. That's easy to clean and even easier to run. For over 70 years, Jacuzzi has been the most trusted name in water, and everything we install is backed with superior craftsmanship and the peace of mind of a lifetime warranty.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything is customized to wear, and I'm going to go the price that I want.
It was amazing how they fix their things in a day.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
And that jacuzzi bathroom model, we don't just cover up the old bath. We remove it, right down to the steps, and build you a truly new, customized bath or shower from the ground up. Plus, convert your old, outdated bath into a stunning, easy-to-use shower with features like wrap arms and a custom seat, so you can enjoy enhanced safety and style. And best of all, you can have it all installed in just one day. So what are you waiting for? Put down that hammer and pick up the phone. You deserve the luxury of a customized space that makes you feel great.
So choose the smart way. We'll call jacuzzi bathroom model today.
Don't wait. Always go online now to jacuzzibathroom.com for a limited time offer. There's no installation costs, and there's no interest in no maintenance for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathroom.com or call 800-991-764. That's 800-991-764. Call now.
A diagnosis doesn't define you. You just need CPR, cardiac, amyloidosis. It's not wrong with it. Your path is necessary. You trust it is. So I would like to put CPR again on you. You have the power. Yes. A tool from all medicine needs to see yourself with CPR to reduce the hospitalization when there is a heart problem. People just want to use on medicine on calculated quality of life and the 50% for that doctor to get hospitalized on our duty. You can use more cancer to do what you love if you do love. Tell the doctor if your pregnant either become pregnant or are breastfeeding and the doctor medications you take will cut side effects or not and include the diarrhea and abdominal pain.
UWTTR cardiac amyloidosis and the cardiologist give a truly in life for you. It's time to get busy living.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
This is the story of the one. The one who believes being prepared is not just a way of life. It's how he helps everyone stay safe. He sweats the small stuff before it becomes big stuff. For the one, being an unsung hero in a building full of everyday heroes is just how he likes it. The industrial products you need deliver fast. Call Quick Ranger.com or stop by. Ranger, with the ones who get it done.
Man, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? Try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafen, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
I tend to deal with things in life with a sense of humor with my therapist on better health and I. We share this trait, so we connect on a deeper level, and I'm more comfortable sharing it.
The situation will reveal Blitzer and Cattle around. Next on CNN.
So this morning, the federal government met and report. Kicking off what is sure to be a huge antitrust case. Opening arguments are first this morning, and what happens next could reshape the social media landscape as we know it. The U.S. government is accusing Republicans company Meta of illegally building up a monopoly over years of, quote, anti-competitive conduct. CNN's Claire Duffy joins us now. As much more on this is setting up to be a big day and a huge case. What are your thoughts?
If we look at the one of the most consequential moments in Meta's history, we're expecting today to hear both sides sort of outline what their arguments are going to be in this case. The FTC, as you said, has accused Meta of illegally building up a social networking monopoly, in large part by buying up platforms that could have been competitors like Instagram and WhatsApp. And the FTC is almost certainly going to be looking at things like the fact that 3.3 billion people use one of Meta's platforms. Now, Meta says competition from platforms like TikTok and X, iMessage, Snapchat, and the platform has also said, and I'm quoting here, that regulators should be supporting American innovation in the face of competition from China. And if that sounds like an appeal to President Trump, that may not be a coincidence. As you and I have talked so much about, CEO Mark Zuckerberg has been working to cozy up to Trump, and he has reportedly asked Trump to intervene in this case. So certainly the company will be hoping that he may do that, because if he doesn't, if the FTC wins this case, Meta could be forced to spin off Instagram and WhatsApp.
If President Trump wanted to intervene, what could he do within the bounds of what's in the bounds?
Yeah, it's interesting because normally the FTC operates pretty independently. It would be unlikely to see a president intervene in a case like this, but we know that the Trump administration is not necessarily typical. Trump recently hired two of the Democratic representatives on the FTC. They are suing to get their jobs back, but it's a bit unclear how that is going to turn out. And Trump's pick to lead the FTC, Andrew Ferguson, recently said that the agency was raring to go in this case against Meta. But he also said that it was important to obey lawful orders from the president. So this is Trump would try to signal to him that he would like the
agency to back off. Some of the things I've been saying about this case, I mean, it's going to be dozens of witnesses are going to be interviewed, reams of evidence and paperwork. I mean, the scope of what all is going to be coming into this. I mean, one thing that Brian Stoker was saying is it could be set, maybe Shane was saying is setting up to be, really setting up for a setup. I mean, what are you hearing about from the machinations of what we're going to see play out?
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge, this is the result of a 6-year investigation. We are expecting to see Mark Zuckerberg as well as the former COO, and there is going to be a lot going into this. And even as it goes further along, if we don't see President Trump intervene, we may indeed see Meta try to settle this case rather than have to spin off these two platforms.
All right, first and foremost today, thank you. Great to see you.
Thank you all for being with us on this fine Monday. This has been CNN News Central. I thought we were going to finish or not? Well, the situation was up next.
Happening now, arson attack. New details coming into the situation now about the fire at the Pennsylvania governor's mansion. We're getting our first look at the man right here. Police say God's Governor John Shapiro and his family are fleeing for safety.
And the fight for Garcia is steadily reported, and despite a U.S. Supreme Court intervention, the Trump administration says it's not required to work with El Salvador to bring Alberto Garcia home. We have new reporting just into the situation. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Hope Blitzer with Cameron Brown, and here in the situation. This morning we're getting harrowing new details of the very recent attack on Pennsylvania Governor John Shapiro's residence. Police say 38-year-old suspect Cody Dollar Jr. has now been charged with attempted murder, aggravated arson and terrorism after allegedly breaking into and setting fire to the house as Governor Shapiro and his family slept. Governor Shapiro issuing a scathing response following that attack, which took place just hours after he and his family celebrated at the Passover Seder. It's kind of violent, our economy, our society. And I don't give a damn if it's coming from one particular side or the other. Directed at one particular party or another, or one particular person or another. It is not repent. Let's go live with our senior correspondent, Gene Summers, who's joining us from New York. Gene, I understand that you're getting some disturbing new details about this suspect and how he allegedly carried out this act of arson.
Well, the criminal complaints come out through the overnight hours, and what we now know is that his former girlfriend called the police, and they said he wants to confess. And so we met police at the station, a full confession. The narrative here is so descriptive. He says that he walked an hour from his home to the governor's mansion. He had a bag with him, and he took that first homemade incendiary device out after he jumped the fence of the governor's mansion, threw it through a window, and then he erupted into flames. After that, he went to another window. The complaint says that would be very close to the dining room. He broke the glass again with his hammer. He went into the dining room, set that homemade incendiary device. He said it were Hanneken beer bottles with gasoline inside that he'd gotten out from the lawnmower. And so then after that, he pushed the dining room door through and was able to get outside, and that's how he left. He was asked by police, do you know that this was a part of the problem? He said he was well aware of that. That's an important fact. That shows that he knew he was doing. He was also asked if the governor had confronted you because they were inside, what did you have done? He said, I would have taken that hammer and I would have beaten him. And once when they went to the home of the residence and executed that search warrant, they found that hammer. And it was a very serious, not just a small hammer, it was a large one. But looking at the charges here, attempted homicide is the first count. There are 8 counts altogether. But the one that has the most potential for incarceration is actually a terrorism charge. Terrorism affecting the conduct of government. That is up to 40 years life motive because they don't have to put that in the criminal complaint. They're like Meloni, where they have the probable cause to arrest. But the closest thing to motive is the terrorism charge, I think, affecting the conduct of government. But there was a political reason for doing this, so we need to see how this plays out.
And the fact that he allegedly did this act, this arson attack, shortly after the governor posted on social media that he and his family enjoyed a Passover Seder. Is there any evidence, at least, that has emerged so far that this was an act of anti-Semitism?
Verbally, no, but in some of the rooms, we need to see, especially the meeting Broadway, we need to see what was set up. Clearly that incendiary device placed next to or close to, there wasn't a detail that some of these facts. But I think that law enforcement, as they go forward, we will hear what the full account of what this defendant did.
We know that Governor Shapiro is very proud of his Jewish faith, and that's that part of the story as well. Jim Gonzalez, thank you very, very much.
And what's happening now in the other case, we'll see how many weeks out to consider in final arrest warrants. President says within the week, he will announce a tariff on semiconductors imported into the U.S. That likely means that the latest pause on tariffs on things like smartphones and laptops could be short-lived. Here's what the president said last night.
Tariffs were in place. They'd be not just in future because it's not like we did with steel, like we did with oil and gas, like we did with aluminum. Since they now want to come with the thing that the semiconductors with chips and numerous other things. And that'll take place in the very near future. We have to show a certain flexibility. Those who are so rigid, we will. We have to have a certain flexibility.
So let's go live. You see the business and politics correspondent Vanessa Page in New York. So Vanessa, there is a lot of mixed messaging from the White House. Let's listen to the proper comments yesterday.
They're not essentially, what he's doing is he's saying they're exempt from the reciprocal tariffs, but they're included in the semiconductor tariffs, which are coming in probably a month or two.
What happened? Or
what happened is
this type of supply chain moves from the tariff regime and it moves to a national security tariff regime.
So there's a person walking down officials said that certain electronics were essentially exempt from the tariffs. This is how they're explaining it now. I'm not sure those Americans can tell me with any level of confidence about what the tariffs will target and when. Help us sort through this. Yeah, Campbell, it's really hard for the average consumer to keep up with all of this. But here's the administration announced that electronics would be exempt from tariffs, including those really high tariffs that we saw go into effect in China, 145%. They would still be, though, under the 20% fentanyl tariff that is paid in China. But that was welcome news for the tech industry. We saw tech stocks really soar after that news. However, we are now waiting for more information about a tariff set to go into effect on semiconductors. Semiconductors are incredibly critical to people around the world. They are in our phones, they are on the television or the computer that you may be watching this very show on. Also, for aerospace, for missiles, for cars in particular, and Cameron, just to put this into perspective, if you remember during COVID, we could not get semiconductors into this country fast enough. We had cars sitting at manufacturing plants waiting for the semiconductor chips, and new cars were basically not able to roll off the lot. And you saw the price of used cars go up. That's just how important semiconductors are to everyday Americans. And we're building that we're really trying to understand what this tariff rate might look like. Is it now electronics under that specific rate? All electronics, or is it just the chip itself? A lot of confusion. Hopefully we're going to get some answers from the administration this week. People want to know at the end of the day, how much is their iPhone going to cost? How much is their next laptop going to cost? How much is their next car going to cost? The semiconductor is so critical to that. Right, and businesses need a phone, right? And so they're looking for certain to. But that's their privilege. Thank you so much.
Well, critically important information indeed. People on China's retaliation now includes suspending exports of rare earth minerals and magnets to the United States. Those materials are essential to a number of American industries, including automakers, aerospace manufacturers, and semiconductor producers. We'll go live right now to CNA Senior International Correspondent Ryder Watson is joining us from Hong Kong. Ivan, is China revealing what its long-term plans are for supplying the U.S. with these crucial materials?
Well, the Chinese government said it does not want a trade war, but if one comes, it has a number of weapons in its arsenal to respond with. And I think these export controls appear to be part of that strategy. This was announced back on April 4th by the Chinese government. That's a lifetime ago in this trade war between Washington and Beijing. But basically saying that 7 out of 17 rare earth metals, their export would be restricted. Why are they important? Well, the International Energy Agency says that China controls the refinement, the production of about 90% of the world's rare earth metals, and they show up in things like your phone, in the touch screen, in the microphone, in the vibration device in here. They're also used in these high-powered magnets that can operate at very high temperatures, and they're also used in defense systems. The Department of Defense says the F-35 stealth fighter jet uses hundreds of pounds of rare earth metals that U.S. Navy destroyers and submarines use thousands of pounds of this stuff. And if they're not coming anymore to the U.S., it has to look to a small number of alternative sources to try to find this important stuff. And the Chinese government isn't sitting still. The President, Xi Jinping, he arrived in the Vietnamese capital today, part of a tour to Southeast Asia, to also Cambodia and Malaysia. These 3 countries were all hit by the so-called retaliatory tariffs by the Trump administration, which have been suspended for 90 days. It was 46% on Vietnam, a 49% tariff on Cambodia, and 24% on Malaysia. And guess what the Chinese president said to Vietnam? Quote, our 2 countries should resolutely safeguard the multilateral trading system, stable global industrial and supply chains, and open and cooperative international environment. We're getting reports that dozens of trade deals could be signed between China and Vietnam. So the Chinese leader taking this opportunity to present his country as a reliable trading partner at a time when the U.S. is stating the goal of trying to disrupt and redefine international trade.
Well, Ivan Watson in Hong Kong for us, Ivan. Thank you very, very much.
Happening now in Vermont, a federal hearing on the detention of a Tufts University student who was detained by masked ICE officers. You see the video right here in nearly 3 weeks ago, and then sent to Louisiana. Now, the government accusers, Beza or supporting lost. The Washington Post reports that the State Department found no evidence tying the 30-year-old PhD student to anti-Semitism or terrorism just days before she was arrested.
CNN's Priscilla Alvarez is joining us right now. Priscilla, what do you know about the conditions of this Louisiana facility that was killed was being done?
Well, according to her attorney, they described this as poor sanitary. They also said in court filings that she was had 4 asthma attacks while she has been detained. Now, as a quick context here, about half of all ICE detainees are held in Texas and Louisiana. But her attorneys are arguing there is no reason why she needs to be hundreds of miles away from home. And in this hearing, they're going to argue that the case should be heard in Vermont. We have seen similar accolades taken with these other attorneys of students as well, and that she should be immediately released. Now, the attorneys have always said that the only evidence they could find that really they say is not sufficient is this op-ed that she wrote in a student newspaper about the activism on campus of the university's response to that activism. Now, Meloni, who was Washington Post reporting that you mentioned, the State Department in a memo didn't find any evidence that she had been an anti-Semitic, that she had been a supporter of the Nazi administration, has functions that she has been, and that they could, or that did allow for them to use that authority that obscure law, which essentially says that the nationals are adverse to foreign policy consequences. But a reminder that there is wide discretion at the State Department how to consider open visas, so we'll see how exactly that goes.
Right, and we should know that in the next hour, President Trump is set to meet with the president of El Salvador. And the timing is crucial, right? Because of the case of
court order to bring food back. What is the reason there? Well, this has been a meeting that has been months away here on the day that the president won the election. The first thing I heard from sources is El Salvador is going to be a key ally to the president's immigration agenda. And of course, we've seen that with the way the administration sent migrants to El Salvador, which is now the center of multiple illegal battles, including that of Cuban Garcia, that Salvador national, who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador, according to the administration. Now, the Justice Department has said that the Supreme Court decision on this basically gives discretion to foreign relations, which is true, and they're going to double down on that point, basically arguing that the court can't force them to have these conversations with Salvadoran nationals, nor can they share divulge information from those conversations. So we'll see if it comes up during the Oval Office meeting today between the two presidents. But certainly, the remarkable is the timing is remarkable because you have this legal battle about whether the administration is doing anything to bring this man back, while the two presidents meet in the Oval Office for both of them critical office as well.
So because the White House is saying, look, we can force us to interfere and go ahead. But at the same time, the Supreme Court also said that they must facilitate the return of them. So
facilitate the return, not require the return. And they put an emphasis on due deference to foreign relations. So the Supreme Court did give them some wiggle room here on how they navigate foreign policy of all of this, and that is what the Justice Department is really leaning in on in these filings.
Mr. Alvarez, thank you very, very much.
we're following this from a case out of Wisconsin where new details are emerging in the case of a teen accused of killing his parents this year. Now, really unsealed court documents show the killings were part of a much larger plot, one that included plans to assassinate President Trump and overthrow the U.S. government. Let's go live now to senior law enforcement correspondent Living Wild in Chicago. Living, what more are we learning about this disturbing case?
Pamela, this is Louis Trump case that began February 11th when police say his parents were found dead. They conducted a welfare check. I think this is getting dead. February 11th, they were found on February 28th when police conducted a welfare check. And it was that day, Pamela, that they figured out that, again, his parents were dead, that the SUV that belonged to his parents had gone missing. They sent out a nationwide lookout for this SUV. The kid asked after 17 years, the center of this case was found in Kansas. When they found him in that stolen SUV, they found $14,000. They found a firearm. They found jewelry. And they said that the intention here was for him to kill his parents to gain financial autonomy so that he could continue on with his plot that he had dreamed up that included assassinating the president. He was about to say that he had also intended to flee to Ukraine. Obviously, he never got that far. Of this investigation panel, what they found was information on his phone that suggested he identified the neo-Nazi organization called Order of the Nine Angels. And Pamela's intention here, the overall goal was to create a political revolution to quote save the language. To do that, he intended to assassinate him, create chaos, and then all part of this goal, again, quote, his intention here was to quote save the language. He is now in custody facing 9 felony counts, which includes first-degree murder and residential assassination.
really wild, thank you.
Well, very disturbing case indeed. Also happening today, Democrats up on Capitol Hill are intensifying their calls for an insider trading investigation into comments that President Trump made just before his massive tariff reversal.
There's enough smoke here that should demand congressional hearings.
CNN congressional correspondent Lauren Fox is joining us right now. She's here in the Situation Room with us. Lauren, are the Democrats suggesting the president tipped his hand before he announced his pause on tariffs?
Well, this all goes back to just hours before that announcement when he tweeted, "This is a great time to buy." It was around 9:37 in the morning, and then it was about 4 hours later that pause announcement became public. And what Democrats are really zeroing in on is, was this an attempt potentially to warn people in his orbit, to warn investors that this was coming, and potentially giving them some kind of heads up? Now, what you're seeing from Democrats who do not control the House, nor do they control the Senate, is they want an investigation, and there are a couple avenues that they're looking to do that in. One of the ways is they have sent a letter, a couple of Senate Democrats, Senator Mark Kelly, as well as Senator Chuck Schumer, have sent a letter to Paul Atkins, who is the chairman of the SEC, asking for an investigation. We've also seen letters sent to Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, by Senator Adam Schiff, asking for an investigation, asking if anyone in the president's family may have profited off of this 4-hour period. So that is what Democrats are really asking for at this point. But given the fact that they don't control the House nor the Senate, it does make it really hard for them to launch their own investigation.
It certainly does. All right, Lauren Fox, thank you very, very much, Pamela.
All right, new this morning, a star-studded all-female crew has just returned from the edge of space.
Congratulations, and welcome back to Earth.
6 passengers, including Katy Perry and Gayle King, were part of this morning's Blue Origin space launch from West Texas. It's the first all-female mission since 1963. So let's go live to Van Horn, Texas, and CNN senior national correspondent Ed Lavandera. Ed, you were there at the launch site. Tell us about the flight.
Well, the good news is everything went smoothly, and as Gayle King had been talking about for several days, extreme nerves going into all of this for her and for several members of the crew as well. But we've been watching them just a short while ago. The entire crew exited the capsule that landed not too far from where it launched about 10 minutes before, and everything appears to have gone smoothly so far. We're going to get a chance to speak with the crew here, but they've been doing interviews with the Blue Origin production and talking about their experiences there. One of the moments that the crew has talked about is that as they got back into their seats after experiencing weightlessness, they were descending back to Earth, and Katy Perry started singing What a Wonderful World, the classic Louis Armstrong song. All of them extremely emotional, talking about their experiences on this brief flight to, as you mentioned, to the edge of space. They were, two of them, as they came out of the capsule kissed the ground.
An emotional, amazing experience for those women at Lavandera. Thank you so much. Wolf?
I give those women a lot of credit for doing what they did.
Did you go up and
No.
What are you doing?
Were you?
I have claustrophobia, but I think I would have to overcome it for that opportunity. But I don't have billions of dollars, so it's not going to
I
happen.
give them a lot of credit. They do that. All right, still ahead. No one is off the hook. Those words from President Trump when it comes to impending tech tariffs. We'll be joined by Democratic Senator Peter Welch to discuss the ambiguity of the timeline from the Trump administration. Stay with us. Fear of the situation.
Friday nights, you bring your A game. Flirty walks, you bring your A game. Bring your A game when taking care of your sexual wellness and include Apertude, a prescription medicine used to reduce the risk of HIV. Apertude helps give you continuous protection when taken every other month, and it's proven superior to once daily PrEP in reducing the risk of HIV.
You must be HIV negative to receive Apertude and get tested before each injection. If you think you are exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, tell your doctor right away. More HIV testing may be needed. Apertude does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections. Practice safer sex to reduce your risk. Get Apertude as scheduled. Missing doses increases your HIV risk. Don't take Apertude if allergic to it or taking certain medicines that may interact. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, liver problems, and mental health. Serious side effects include allergic reactions or rash, liver problems, and depression. If these occur, get medical help right away. The most common side effect is injection site reaction.
You bring your A game to everything you do. Ask your doctor about Apertude.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily, audience at each day start. As time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Trains. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel. Clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
So shit.
Are you okay?
I'm incredible. So many in-network docs on ZocDoc. This one never rushes appointments, and that one makes patients feel heard. What?
You've got options. Look it out.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own.
That's awful.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos, and he got $2 million in coverage all online.
Life insurance made easy. Check your price today at ethos.com. All our favorite places are getting more expensive, but it's car repairs that are seeing the biggest increases ever, which is why it's so important to call CarShield now.
It could cost you up to $8,000 to fix a transmission, or up to $10,000 to fix your engine, or up to $2,500 to get your AC repaired. CarShield offers plans to protect up to 5,000 parts and systems.
With CarShield, you get nationwide protection, unlimited miles, month-to-month plans, and with the CarShield guarantee, your low rate stays the same for as long as you cover your car.
Every plan from CarShield includes benefits like 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options.
With so many places to see in this country, CarShield gives drivers freedom to enjoy more of it worry-free. Just don't wait until it's too late. Call now before a breakdown.
Call CarShield now and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down. Call 800-940-7454.
Welcome back. Have I got news for you? News Saturday on CNN.
We're tracking yet another volatile day in President Trump's trade war. Markets are up this morning after the Trump administration announced temporary tariff exemptions for some electronics. But the president insists no one is off the hook and says tech-specific tariffs are coming soon. Joining us now is Democratic Senator Peter Welch of Vermont. He sits on both the Senate Finance and Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. How can any business right now in Vermont or anywhere around the country make serious decisions with this constant whiplash?
They can't. I mean, when the history of this tariff is written, it's going to be seen as one of the biggest economic blunders in 100 years. Nobody is safe. They have no control over what the tariffs are going to be. Prices are going up, so the Vermont farmers are going to be paying 25% more for fertilizer from Canada. We're going to be paying higher utility bills. We get a lot of our electricity from Canada. The price of beer is going up, both for grain and for aluminum. So this is going to increase prices at a time when inflation is already really tough on folks. And then secondly, that reduces demand. So down the road, we're going to see unemployment increasing. So this is really quite a catastrophe in the making.
I know, Senator, you're helping lead a bipartisan effort right now to try to reassert congressional authority over tariffs. Are you winning Republican support, desperate Republican support you need to get that bill passed with a veto-proof majority?
I don't think we're going to be able to overcome a veto, but what I'm seeing, you get a senator like Chuck Grassley, who was there in 1977 when there was a delegation of authority, and this is not what he had in mind. So I think a lot of Republicans are feeling the same thing. People they represent are going to be paying these higher prices. You know, there's another issue here. We're seeing these carve-outs where there's exemptions being made. Essentially, what's really dangerous here is that Trump is the one who makes the decision. So if you're connected and you've got his number, you've got Besson's number, you may get a break, like Tim Cook makes a call, no problem. But if you're a small manufacturer, like we have one here in Vermont, that imports about $1 million worth of parts from China, they're going to go out of business with these tariffs. They don't know who to call. And you are going to see the transformation of our economy based on competition, where good product, good sales prevails, to one that's based on access. Who do you know? Whose number do you have? That's a real damaging introduction of that arbitrariness into economic decision making.
And Senator, amidst all of this, China is suspending exports of critically important rare earth minerals in retaliation to President Trump's tariffs. These minerals are almost exclusively mined in China and are crucial for everything from auto manufacturing to semiconductors to American defense companies. How problematic is that?
It's huge. You see, what this reflects is that there was no plan. So Trump had an aspiration. He has confidence that he can bully others into submission. Small countries like Vietnam got on the phone right away and said, no mas, we'll have 0 tariffs. But when it comes to China, when it comes to the EU, that bullying doesn't work. And that's where you actually need a patient, thoughtful plan where you're keeping your eye on the prize of making America more competitive, keeping prices down and affordability in the forefront. So I just don't see a way out here when they don't have a plan and everything they're doing is on the fly. And we are subject to the reciprocal actions of the EU and, in this case, China. This is very, very damaging for us. High cost for consumers, a reduction in competition, and ultimately some additional unemployment.
I also want to get your thoughts while I have you, Senator, on the Maryland man, a legal U.S. resident, mistakenly deported to an El Salvador prison. The Trump administration insists it is not required to secure his release, even though the U.S. Supreme Court says the U.S. must, quote, facilitate efforts to bring him home. Is the president defying the U.S. Supreme Court?
In my view, yes. You know, their recent argument is that the court can't interfere in foreign policy. But think about what that means. This is a person who is legally here, who's disappeared, who's by accident. So essentially it's a kidnapping. So the argument that the Trump administration is making right now is that foreign policy can include kidnapping lawful people in the U.S. lawfully. So that's incredible extension of what foreign policy is about. This person should be brought back right away.
Senator Peter Welch of Vermont, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And up next, right here in the Situation Room, defying calls for peace, Russia's Palm Sunday attack on Ukraine is the deadliest this year. What this means for the future of ceasefire talks next.
My Happy Place premieres Sunday, April 22nd on CNN.
It's Pod's biggest sale in history. Save up to 30% on moving and storage until May 19th. And see why Pods is America's #1 container moving company. Whether you're relocating or renovating, save up to 30% at pods.com today.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Problem isn't your machine. It's likely your detergent. I recommend switching to Cascade Platinum Plus. These new pods have the grease-fighting power of dawn, easily removing up to 100% of tough stuck-on fluids. Cascade Platinum Plus.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Did you know taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep? So you wake refreshed for a more productive day. Get 24-hour continuous relief that does not fade. You wise all, take Zysol at night.
Your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze plug-in. It has a microchip that alternates between 2 scents to fight odors and provide freshness for up to 50 days. Try Febreze Plug.
Don't wish. Don't hope. Don't dream. No. Plan. See the steps it takes to get it done right, and follow them. At Avis, we wreck cars. Unlike anyone else wrecks cars. Because for 75 years, we've only had one plan. To make sure you keep yours.
Say
through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
Adults these days don't feel your age, act your age. Ask the clinic.
I brought in Sure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, and a protein blend to feed muscles up to 7 hours.
Be cool to have a metal arm though.
Sorry, what do we do about this?
We use Tidoxy Boost. It's a lifesaver.
The most powerful clean in any universe. See? Looking good. See Marvel Studios Thunderbolts.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-481-1700. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Super Beta Prostate is the #1 selling brand for men's prostate and urinary health.
You'll notice less urges to urinate, and you won't be getting up at night for so many bathroom trips.
Super Beta Prostate. Find it at Walmart.
Happening now, mourners in the Ukrainian city of Sumy are paying tribute to the victims of yesterday's Russian missile attack. At least 34 people were killed and dozens more injured as people gathered for Palm Sunday services. It is the deadliest attack this year.
And joining us now, CNN Chief National Security Correspondent Alex Marquardt. Alex, Russia launched this attack, just days after the special U.S. envoy actually met with Vladimir Putin.
2 days. Steve Witkoff, the special envoy for Trump, met with Putin for 4 hours on Friday. That was the same day that Trump himself said that Russia had to get moving on a peace deal with Ukraine. We see this horrific attack. More than 30 people killed in Sumy, more than 100 injured in what's called a double tap, so 2 back-to-back strikes using ballistic and cluster munitions. So just a horrific attack. And the big question now, I think, guys, is whether Trump realizes that his time now for a peace deal in Ukraine is different with Vladimir Putin's. We have heard from President Trump essentially giving Putin the benefit of the doubt, saying that he heard that this was a mistake. But regardless of the target, this certainly was not a mistake. This is something that Putin has been doing for more than 3 years. Some people around Trump taking a tougher line, including his Ukraine envoy, Keith Kellogg, who called and said that this crosses any line of decency. But that big question, whether those around Trump can convince him that Putin may not be interested in peace right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. So you say Trump said, look, this was a mistake, giving Russia the benefit of the doubt, but cluster munitions are indiscriminate, right?
They are absolutely indiscriminate, and apparently what happened, according to the Ukrainians, is that they fired the second missile came in and fired above the ground, and so that shrapnel would have gone everywhere. And to the point about narratives, we heard some very sharp words from President Zelensky this weekend as well, saying that he's growing frustrated, essentially, that the Russian narrative is taking hold. The Russians essentially saying, well, we were provoked, we didn't start this war. And this is something that we start to hear more and more from those in and around the administration. We saw that the fight breaking out essentially in the Oval Office when President Vance went after President Zelensky, and we did hear some words directed by President Zelensky at Vice President Vance in a 60 Minutes interview that aired yesterday. Let's take a listen.
I don't want to engage in the altered reality that is being presented to me. First and foremost, we did not launch an attack to start the war. It seems to me that the vice president is somehow justifying Putin's actions.
So does that jab at Vice President Vance reignite some of these frustrations between the two? That remains to be seen, but I do think the bigger question is whether this attack is an inflection point, whether it will really drive home the point that Putin right now is not looking for a peace deal.
Yeah, very, very disturbing. Kids were killed in that last attack.
Several, yes.
Several children. All right, thanks very much, Alex Martin. Appreciate it, Pamela.
Just ahead, returning from the edge of space, we'll speak to a former astronaut on the latest Blue Origin trek.
Watch The Lead today at 5 on CNN.
Incoming dishes! Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
It absorbs grease 5 times faster. It even replaces multiple cleaning products.
Ooh, those sounds
Got to feel heaven when my lover's near.
Evil can
liberty mutual.
Well, I'll be. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tonight, putting America and the world on notice.
President Trump, he keeps winning, and the outbursts from the left are only getting worse.
Sean is breaking down the latest on Hannity.
We're here with Chris Cunahan to talk about why Leaf Filter is the best choice for homeowners this season. Chris, why now?
If I'm investing in one thing this year, it's protecting my home. Clogged gutters cause big problems. Leaf Filter keeps your gutters clog-free year-round.
And any climate?
Absolutely. In blizzard condition, windstorms, downpours, Leaf Filter has you covered.
That's reassuring.
And it's backed by a lifetime transferable warranty. Schedule your free inspection today. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Meloni Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com.
You can feel safe and secure to explore meaningful connections with interesting and mature singles. Join datemyage.com today. Discover verified profiles, shared interest, and a thriving community of mature singles.
There's nothing worse than what I've done.
Listen, my young friend.
I've done far worse.
The rivers of blood. I'm a devil.
How can I live with this? You are not alone, but your mercy.
Right now, get Fox Nation for just $2.99 a month. Sign up and start streaming today.
So now a growing number of states cracking down on election loopholes that allow foreign nationals to fund ballot measures. Whoa. Mark Meredith's got the scoop. He's live in Washington. What you find out, Mark? Hello.
Hey, Bill, good morning to you. Well, federal law already bans foreign nationals from donating to campaigns or political parties, but there's a loophole which allows money from outside the U.S. to influence statewide ballot initiatives. Now a lot of states are trying to end that. The Trump administration calls the loophole a major problem that argues the exception allows foreigners to sway laws on everything from abortion to health care without people knowing who is funding the Get Out the Vote campaign. Last month, Kentucky's Democratic governor signed legislation banning the practice. Other states, Ohio, Maryland, Kansas, Wyoming, Indiana, all either enacting or trying to enact similar laws.
What's also the most alarming is that there's also nothing prohibiting other hostile or foreign adversaries from taking advantage of this same loophole. As it stands, there's certainly almost nothing stopping, the CCP from coming in and funding these ballot measures directly or indirectly.
Conservatives repeatedly attack something called the 1630 Fund, which funds progressive causes in all 50 states, basically accusing them of using foreign money to sway voters and enact its agenda. We reached out to the 1630 Fund. They tell us it is proud to support ballot initiative campaigns that are working to advance economic opportunity, reproductive rights, and democracy, and they stress that their donations made in these initiatives are in compliance with local, state, and federal laws. Now, we are also watching, though, multiple states are trying to close the door for these loopholes before the 2026 midterms. We're watching Arkansas and Texas closely.
Okay, Mark, thanks, and we shall as well. Thank you, Mark. Meredith, live in Washington.
And California Governor Gavin Newsom admitting his party has a masculinity problem, and his podcast with some conservative voices is how he wants to fix it. A New York Times headline saying Newsom tries to understand bro culture. Will it change him in the process? Let's bring in Jimmy Fallon, host of Fox Across America and Fox News Saturday Night, and radio host Rich Zioli. Great to have you on the show and in person. Here's apparently what Gavin said to the New York Times. There's a crisis of men and masculinity in this country, and that's a hard thing for Democrats because we want to lift up women. We want to lift up the oppressed.
Good for him. First of all, it's good to see you. I just got back from Fort Myers. You are the first 3 sober people I've spoken to in 48 hours. Bear with me. Hot crowd down there. Okay, I am the father of a 16-year-old son, and I can tell the Democratic Party straight up. If you want to win back men, stop telling them to put on dresses and compete against women. It sounds like we're overplaying this hand as conservatives, but little boys think their party is absurd because they're standing in the way of everything these boys grow up to believe and aspire to be, like toxic masculinity. When you're a little kid, okay, you play with toys and you want to be the hero who saves the world. Now they're telling you when you go in to Save Private Ryan, you should make sure there's enough diversity in the boats. None of the boys care about that. They're literally fighting their own battles.
Yeah, Rich, fresh in from,
No.
he's headed to Fort Myers.
Yeah. Oh, good luck.
Gavin Newsom is the guy who invites you to lunch, he pitches you a pyramid scheme, charms you, and then as soon as the check comes, he's got to go to the bathroom. You know what I mean? Leaves the room, he's just a sleazeball. Look, this whole act of his where he's trying to become a moderate now, I wish these conservative influencers would stop trying to normalize this guy, all right? This is a guy who would not let teachers tell parents if their kids came to the school and Johnny wanted to be Susie, the teacher would get fired if the teacher told the parents. He signed that bill into law. You know, he arrested a guy for surfing during COVID. He was out there by himself on a surfboard.
But if you saw
Who was he
that
going to give
guy-
COVID to? Aquaman?
No, but if you saw what that guy looked like with no shirt on, I'm actually with you. Not good.
Well, there is somebody else that's thinking of running for president, and it's Stephen A. Smith. This is what he said.
I would hope somebody else would step up that's more qualified than me. But if it has to come down to me, it is something I would consider. Yes, I would. Because I don't mind the thought of tussling with these folks at all, on the left or the right. All of them disgust me, to be quite honest with you.
Is that the way?
Well, he's loving this so much, and at his core, I don't actually think he wants to run. I think he likes the attention, but there is something enticing about the fact that, you know, there's no one to compete against. Like, I'm not an Olympic track star, but if everybody in the lineup this year is 600 pounds, I might want to go for the gold. You know what I mean? Because you feel like you have a shot. That's where he finds himself. It's like, look at these losers. How can I not run? That's his problem.
The problem for him, though, is the same problem, is that this Democrat Party is obsessed with correcting people about their pronoun usage. I mean, they corrected a guy on CNN, it's they, them. That party will never take a Stephen A. Smith because he's too real. Look, I think the Democrats would rather have somebody they can control and lose than somebody who they can't control and win. This is why they kept Joe Biden in so long, and they would not allow an open primary, would not allow an open convention. They stopped Bernie Sanders in 16 and 20 and 24 because they don't want somebody who can actually think for themselves. And the problem for Stephen A. Smith is when he goes to New Hampshire and he goes to Iowa and they say to him, oh, yes, ma'am, and the woman stands up and goes, it's they, them, he's not going to stand for that. He's not going to go, okay, my bad. He's going to say, this is the problem with the Democrat Party, and he's never going to get out of a primary.
One thing he could achieve that. Stephen A. Smith could be the first person to get LeBron to vote Republican. Because they hate each other. And LeBron who hates him.
Quickly, UFC Saturday night, did you see the walk?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, so you have a walk on, I think it was at 10 o'clock at night. I think the fight went down at 11:30 at night. Then 2 a.m., here's the president on board Air Force One. 2 a.m.
It's like 2 in the morning and we're doing this. You people requested, I'm always available, unlike Biden. Think Biden would do an interview at 2 in the morning? He would do one at 9 in the morning.
I gotta think most of those reporters are let's go to bed. Can we start out?
He was the only guy who was at UFC that was actually sober at 2 a.m. I wasn't waiting for a slice of pizza because he doesn't drink. Biden was at 2 a.m. one time talking to Winston Churchill. So I think he should apologize for that. He got that wrong.
But that is why he does it, is to highlight the juxtaposition.